It is, he's had a crew cut. Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 3:31, and we're going to commence today's Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. And not being aware of any additions or deletions, I'm going to call for adoption of today's agenda. Moved by Councillor Southcott, seconded by Councillor Almeida. All in favor? Unanimous. So we now move to adoption of minutes, the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting held on March 5th, 2024.
Move adoption.
Moved by Councillor Isaacson, seconded by Councillor Southcott. Hearing no comments, seeing no hands, all in favor? Unanimous. We now move to delegations, and we have item 3.1 on today's agenda. Mr. Ted Vizzuti regarding March 5th, 2024, Committee of the Whole meeting and disrespect of a citizen of the city. And just before you start, Mr. Vizzuti, I'm just going to remind everybody in the chamber today that we're here to hear what our delegates have to say. Please act accordingly with all due respect, and that would be very much appreciated, which means no clapping or cheering. Thank you very much. Mr. Vizzuti.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Council. My name is Ted Vizzuti. I live down on Hammond Street, Paul River, BC. Dear Mayor Wasnow and Council, it is very frustrating to see how our Council conducts city business, or should I say, how it does not conduct business. We have watched many meetings now and have concluded that this Council does not have the backs of the citizens of Paul River, nor does it appear that it wants to have our backs or even hear from us. As elected officials, you have taken an oath to uphold and to do no harm regarding your citizens. This we see as not happening. This Council is doing harm and disrespecting your taxpayers, your citizens. The Committee of the Whole meeting on March 5th, 2024 was just one more meeting that showed us that this Council has its own agenda. Not all, but it sure looks like 4 or 5 members. For some time now, we advised you and Council that the citizens have a perception that 2 of your councillors have a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. That night, on March 5th, a representative, a taxpayer, and a very concerned citizen presented a very well-written and informed information letter stating her concerns that many people in this community agree with about this conflict. Ms. Martin has provided evidence, times, and social media articles showing this conflict. This is real, and it is perceived under the Government of BC conflict of interest policies. These 2 council members, Councillors Elliott and Councillors Isaacson, have shown time and time again that they are in conflict with issues pertaining to the issues before this city and its name. Now, I have attached in here Ms. Martin's letter that she wrote that night. I will not read that out as you've all heard it. If you'd like a copy of what I will do is leave this here for you all to see it again. We shall now turn our thoughts towards the retaliation and verbal attack by Councillor Southcott on Ms. Martin. This was unacceptable. As a citizen, Ms. Martin came to Council with a very real concern and was yelled at, scolded by, and made frightened by Councillor Southcott. His unprofessionalism in this matter was very evident to the crowd of astonished onlookers. This crowd actually had to come to the defense of Ms. Martin by voicing their concerns and yelling that Mr. Southcott was out of line and to calm down. How did the city officials react to this? The RCMP were called. We, the concerned citizens of Paul River, request and expect an official apology from Councillor Southcott to Ms. Martin and to the citizens of Paul River. Councillor Southcott's comments regarding this community was damaging in ways that people will not forget. His actions and words regarding the proposed name change shows what side and where he is on this issue. Councillor Southcott at one Committee of the Whole meeting voted in favor of a motion that asked for an opinion poll of yes or no to a name change. After that motion passed, he was heard saying that things can be changed. This statement was heard by many in the crowd and then came into real time when at the next city meeting, he voted in favor of a change in a new motion that would see the official poll require a name be added. Councillor Southcott has shown that he views the opinions of people from Tla'amin ahead of the citizens of Powell River. Point of order. We are questioning if this motion was actually allowed to occur. Now we want to clarify our reasons about the conflict we see with Councillor Isaacson again. It was very interesting to continue to watch and listen to council members talk about their past week's work and involvement in community events. What caught our ears was when Councillor Isaacson spoke, it was mainly about her time out at Tla'amin area and what they are doing, have done, or are proposing to do. People are talking about the social media article where she made a dessert and delivered it to John Hackett. Then for him to announce that she is a valued ally. Does Councillor Isaacson not see where we are coming from in regards to perception of conflicts? Councillor Elliott is in the same boat regarding how the citizens are feeling about her relations with Tla'amin. Councillor Elliott has stated that she has family ties to Tla'amin, and this right always causes a sensation of perceived conflict. Councillor Elliott has shown that she is in favor of a name change as her right, but all adults should have a say. The concern is that she represents a city on boards that have changed their name from Powell River to something else. That she has made decisions for the city, even though she is well aware that there is a huge battle going on regarding the city name. Councillor Elliott has a daughter that is married, involved with a local paramedic losing his job over the name change issues. To be blunt, we do not care at this time what happens with regards to politics in Tla'amin. We do not want to be friends or engage with them. We, the citizens, have friends with many members in the past with great fun and memories. This has disappeared because of what is going on now, and we see this not changing anytime soon. Their politicians and or other activists obviously have no time for us, nor care what we think or feel, as in the two instances of government involvement. We are talking about Premier Eby, his visit, and now the MPs. As the mayor of Powell River, of this city on which they are visiting, should you not be angry? Are you planning on writing any kind of letter stating your frustration and point of view in the way of proper procedures when visiting the city of Powell River? Remember, this is still our city and our lands that we pay for. Sincerely, concerned citizens and myself as a very concerned citizen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vizzuti. Just before I go, I'll ask council if you have any questions or comments that you would like to make at this time. Seeing no hands, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vizzuti. And we move along on today's agenda to our next delegation, which is item 3.2, Ms. Pat Martin, regarding potential name change and conflict of interest. Ms. Martin.
Good afternoon. I'm again concerned that the clock is already going, and I have to do a disclaimer. I do not give Tla'amin Nation permission to use my image, either a still image or a video or a voice recording of me in any documentary at any time. I also would like everyone to know that I do not represent any organized group. The views expressed are my own and many supporters. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here this afternoon to discuss my March 5th delegation and my disappointment that a citizen bringing facts and valid concerns to Council was verbally attacked with the inference that people like me were the reason for division in the community. Councillor Southcott's loud, intimidating response has served to silence others who might have been planning to speak in the future. Who would willingly put themselves through that? 3 days after Councillor Southcott's outburst, I received what appeared to be a sincere apology from him, but this came after he emailed one of my supporters and wrote, "I regard Tuesday's presentation as weaponization of the concept of conflict of interest." What an ugly accusation to make, just because he didn't agree with the delegation. Ironically, this apology came on International Women's Day. Would Councillor Southcott have reacted in the same manner had I been a man? I think not. He responded with kindness and empathy when a male member of the public shouted at Council during question period. It is Councillor Southcott who has weaponized his position of power and his voice to stifle the voices of those with legitimate concerns. He owes the citizens of Powell River a public apology for creating an unsafe environment for the public to appear before Council. In response to my March 5th delegation, Councillor Elliott stated, "There is no conflict for Councillor Isaacson due to her past work with Tla'amin Nation." This argument, however, did not address 2 points I made about events that have occurred after Councillor Isaacson took office, and to date, a legal opinion has not been received on them. 1, Councillor Isaacson appears to have a close personal relationship with Haggis Hackett, who refers to her as a great ally. The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines an ally as, quote, "one that is associated with another as a helper, a person or group that provides assistance and support in an ongoing effort, activity, or struggle, a political ally." A reasonably well-informed person would conclude that Councillor Isaacson is an ally of Tla'amin Nation's Haggis and strongly supports his cause, which is to change the name. We believe this indicates bias on her part and puts her in a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. As Councillor Isaacson stated herself, she delivered home baking to the Haggis. That occurred on February 15th, hours before the Council meeting that evening, when Council rescinded the Mayor's motion to have a referendum-like vote at the next election that asked a simple question: do you want the name to change? The Haggis posted photos of Councillor Isaacson's home baking along with her complimentary note on social media and called her a great ally. In response to a comment on that same post from Councillor Isaacson's colleague in the possible name change joint working group, the Haggis referenced the three of them by stating, "We have a moat team. We have good team." Note that he is speaking in the present tense. They are a team at this time. The Cambridge Dictionary defines team as people working together as a group in order to achieve something. In other words, working towards a goal. We believe that goal to be to change the name of Powell River. In other words, the perception created is that Councillor Isaacson supports the nation's point of view and does not represent the electorate's interests, leading many people to perceive that she's in a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. Ironically, Councillors Elliott and Isaacson both helped create the name change process, a two-step process, yet they circumvented it during the February 15th meeting. The city website on the possible name change states, quote, If the result is that council is confident in its plan to proceed with a name change, there will be a separate process to select a name. Who influenced those councillors to bypass their own process? Whose interests are they serving? Many viewing that meeting concluded that what transpired was orchestrated. The second thing was that council didn't comment on is that Councillor Isaacson acted on behalf of Tla'amin Nation at the February 15th council meeting. When a member of the public raised a question as to whether council would respond to a quote attributed to Maynard Harry, that is, "White people are subhuman," Councillor Isaacson immediately interjected on behalf of Tla'amin Nation and stated that Mr. Harry was no longer an executive member of Tla'amin Nation. This response occurred after her conflict of interest legal opinion was obtained, and is certainly not the response her constituents expected from someone representing their interests, or in fact, any Caucasian's interests. We also believe that Councillor Isaacson's previous legal opinion is unreliable, as we are doubtful non-pecuniary conflict of interest was addressed. A lawyer can only give an accurate legal opinion based on the information provided. Further, many believe that Councillor Elliott minimized the extent of her daughter's working relationship with Tla'amin Executive Council member Eric Blaney. Not only did they work closely as Deputy Fire Chief and Fire Chief from 2018 to 2021, as she mentioned, but they have worked closely for 5 years, and many perceive that this close, ongoing working relationship results in a non-pecuniary conflict of interest for Councillor Elliott. In the past 2 weeks, I've discussed with community members that both councillors accepted a $500 campaign donation in 2022 from the chair of Tla'amin Nation's Finance Committee. Everyone I've spoken with perceives this to be a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. Young Anderson, the law firm specializing in local government law, states, "It does not matter whether a council member believes that he or she can remain impartial, nor does it matter whether the council member is not in fact influenced by their personal interest. Conflict of interest law is about preserving the integrity of council and its decision-making process." Based on the information provided, many city residents believe both councillors to be in a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. With respect, I represent many people in asking council once again to obtain a legal opinion on whether councillors Isaacson and Elliott are in a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. The BC government website states, under the Recognizing Potential Conflicts of Interest Locally Elected Officials section, quote, "The concepts of pecuniary and non-pecuniary conflicts of interest are constantly evolving in common law. When faced with uncertainty, seek legal advice." We as city residents are asking you to abide by these government guidelines. Doing this could save the money Doing this could save the city a lot of money in legal fees, which should be considered when making your decision. Should council choose to avoid addressing the public's concerns in this regard, it will demonstrate a lack of courage to perform your civic duties on behalf of the citizens you represent. And with respect, that's unacceptable.
Ms. Martin, Mayor and Council, have any comments that you wish to make at this time? Seeing none, Ms. Martin, could we please have a copy of your delivery, and we will continue with today's meeting. Thank you. And I didn't ask Mr. Vizzuti, but did you provide us with a copy of your transcript? Thank you. Okay, moving along on today's agenda, we now move to correspondence. We have a letter date, item 4.1, letter received March 6, 2024 from Lisa Lamicraft. I hope I pronounced that correctly, regarding conflict of interest. Council, what is your wish? Note and file. You have everybody nodding. Councillor Doak. A second, yes. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'm hearing we will note and file. Thank you very much. And we now move to correspondence, item 4.2, email received March 10th, 2024 from Louise Scott regarding complaint. Council, what is your wish? No comment?
Just given that it's already on the agenda, we've received it and it's on our records.
Okay. So, Mayor, do you have anything to comment in that regard? Thank you very much. So we move along to reports for decision. Item 5.1, Bill 44, new provincial prohibition on holding public hearings in prescribed circumstances. Welcome, Mr. Gao. Looking forward to your update.
Good afternoon, committee. Got a couple of presentations here back to back, but I'm going to start with the staff report that deals with public hearings and provincial prohibition in some circumstances. So the purpose of the staff report before you is to present information regarding the new provincial prohibition on holding public hearings linked to Bill 44. Staff are also seeking direction from this committee on how best to update bylaws and procedures to comply with this requirement. Bill 44, along with sweeping changes to the density provisions in single and two-family residential zones, which we will discuss at a future meeting, has established a prohibition on public hearings for proposed zoning bylaws where an OCP is in effect for the area that is the subject of the zoning bylaw. The bylaw is consistent with that official community plan. The sole purpose of the bylaw is to permit a development that is in whole or in part a residential development. The residential development component of the development accounts for at least half of the gross floor area of all buildings and other structures proposed as part of the development. I think it's worth pointing out that since 2021, local governments have had the option to not hold public hearings where bylaws are determined to be consistent with official community plans. But what are the impacts? Where public hearings are not required or prohibited, local governments are still required to provide notice, so the city must at least consider how it communicates notice requirements for some proposed zoning amendment by applications. Currently, the zoning bylaw only references situations where public hearings will be held. So at a basic level, city bylaws will need to be updated to address situations where public hearings are not required or prohibited. To do this, staff are recommending that the zoning bylaw be updated to remove development-related activities and that a new development procedures bylaw that incorporates these changes be adopted. For the committee's consideration, attached to the staff report as Appendix C is a draft development procedures bylaw 2745. It would replace the current development procedures bylaw, which is 2026, that would best be described as limited in scope. The draft version presented today proposes to establish a superior framework that would support staff and developers through a broad range of development activities. Proposed policies reflect current practices or those intended to comply with Bill 44 or align with the recommendations from the staff report. What I've just described could be framed as the practical impacts of Bill 44. But of course, there are broader impacts to consider. The prohibition on holding public hearings raises questions on how local governments can achieve its duty of procedural fairness and provide transparency in decision-making to the public. This is because where public hearings are not required or prohibited, the opportunity to receive oral submissions from the public is no longer available. Now, this could be viewed as an erosion of the public engagement process, and council may wish to consider ways to enhance existing public engagement practices where public hearings are not required or prohibited. One opportunity could be establishing a longer length of time information signs are displayed. Just as a reminder, information signs are those signs you see go up on development properties at the time of rezoning or an OCP amendment. They are 4x8 sheets of plywood typically, or that size, so quite large in stature. Currently, city bylaws require that information signs be displayed on the subject property 14 days prior to the public hearing. Staff are recommending that for all proposed zoning bylaws and OCP amendment applications, the applicant be required to install information signs no later than 28 days prior to council considering first reading of an amendment bylaw. Staff are also recommending that links to project-specific engagement pages established on the city's engagement website, Participate PR, be included on notices and information signs. Now, currently, staff do include where there has been a specific engagement page established for a development on notices, but we have not done that for those information signs. One of the things that's being proposed in the development procedures bylaw is an update to the schedule that outlines the required information on the information side. Now, if anybody has read the report back to front, they will know that Schedule A was unfortunately not included as attached to the bylaw, but I can assure you that it has been created, and I will make sure that it's attached. So the next time you see it, you can see the modest changes, but changes that are being proposed to the information sign that would be presented on a development property. Moving to recommendations. So this is a good opportunity to consider a situation where a public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments may not be required, keeping in mind that the only requirements suggested here are to remove development-related language from the bylaw. The recommendations are that members of this committee agree that proposed amendment bylaw 2744 is consistent with the official community plan, and that a public hearing will not be held as per section 464 of the Local Government Act, and that members of the committee direct staff to issue notice of council's intent to consider first reading of amendment bylaw 2744 at a future meeting of council. And then the final recommendation speaks to the draft development procedures bylaw attached as Appendix C, and staff's request that it be forwarded to a future meeting of council for consideration of bylaw readings. That completes my presentation. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Mr. Elliott,
Thank you, Chair.
followed by Mayor Wasnell.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question around some of the language we're using. We're lumping prohibited and not required into the same category. And I'm wondering, not required would mean that we're not required to have one, but we could probably have circumstances where one might be desirable. And I think that relates to what you were saying at the beginning. So if the wording's being lumped together, how do we distinguish between the two?
As a chair to Councillor Elliott. So the Local Government Act does distinguish between the when it's required and when it's not required and when it's prohibited. So I did give you a list of bullets in the report that speaks to when it is prohibited. But this is a good example of where it's not required, because one could, again, staff are asking council to determine that this amendment to the zoning bylaw is actually in keeping with the official community plan. Section 2.2 of the OCP speaks to making changes when the legislative changes come about. This is largely a housekeeping initiative in that it's removing development language from the official community plan. So this is a good example. It's not related to housing. It's not, you know, there may be another situation where a zoning bylaw comes forward that is consistent with the official community plan, and there's not a requirement to host a public hearing.
Sorry, my question was, there may be local circumstances where it may not be required and we don't have to have them, but but we might want to. And so we'd want procedures that would sort of set out criteria for making that determination, because not required and prohibited are different. So prohibited means you don't ever have them, they're prohibited. Not required means you don't have to have them, but it doesn't prohibit them. So there might be circumstances where we decide that, well, in this particular case, because of our local circumstances, and I don't know what those would be at this point in time, but every community is a little bit different and some things can be really, really sensitive. I'm just wondering, would we not want to put in our procedures bylaw an avenue for making that determination, or are we suggesting we just treat them the same?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I just want to point out that this development procedures bylaw is really to guide staff's work.
Okay.
The question you're asking is really about a decision of council as to whether to hold a public hearing where it's not required. And I don't think it would best live in a bylaw that is there to guide the work of staff.
Okay, thank you.
Elliott, next, Mayor Wasnell.
Thank you. Thank you for the precise presentation. Could you let us know how much time do you think Bill 44 will reduce in order to get something built in Powell River?
Through the chair to Mayor Wasnow, if your question is pertaining to this component, the public hearing component, my opinion would be that this is actually creating more work right now for us. We're changing our bylaws, we're updating our bylaws. If you're asking, were public hearings truly an issue in our community? My feeling is that they weren't. If your question, though, is about the bigger implications related to Bill 44 and those density requirements that will be required of the city to change our zoning bylaws, and that is something that we are going to talk about in the next coming months. There is an opportunity, absolutely, for the community to benefit from the changes coming from Bill 44 in terms of a zoning right, if you will, and the ability to move forward with additional housing units without having to go through a rezoning process. So I think that will be, again, with the interest of the development community, I think that could be a benefit to our community and would alleviate some of the time associated with rezoning applications.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. So question about, when things are in line with OCP not requiring a public hearing, or public hearings are prohibited, losing track of the wording. So OCPs over time become outdated. And so I'm wondering about situations where an OCP gets older, as ours currently is, and that some of the zones or the intentions don't necessarily reflect current community will or public will or council will. So how do we, how might we, how do we move forward if OCPs are potentially outdated?
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, I think that is highlighted by the province's requirement to update OCPs on a much more regular basis. What I take from Bill 44 is the expectation that a lot of this planning gets pushed really to one of the most important planning processes in a community, and that's tied to the official community plan. And I think that that's really what the province is saying, is that those really need to be where the public is engaged heavily, because they have a huge impact moving forward, rather than kind of a piecemeal approach where things are getting caught at rezoning stages. But to your question, the province's requirement that OCPs get updated on a 5-year basis, as opposed to a recommendation that it be between 5 and 15, which it typically has been. And so in our case, we're pushing that 10-year mark. Absolutely.
Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I guess, that just came up from your last answer, Mr. Gao. With the province's push then for a shorter turnaround for OCPs then, and the fact that we're entering an OCP review, previously you had mentioned it would take about 2 years to do an OCP review, which on a 5-year cycle is not really going to be feasible to continue doing a 2-year review. Are we going to be looking at ways to, I guess, have a shorter review process moving forward and maybe implementing some of those practices this time around? Or maybe because we haven't done one in 10 years, we need a bigger one now, but in future years, it'll be like a, I don't know, 3, 6, 8 month process or whatever to do future reviews. Is that the hope?
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida. Let me be clear, the 5-year turnaround is largely tied to the requirement to update your housing needs report every 5 years. And so you would have to update your official community plan. So it may be a light review, and it really would be community specific based on, as Councillor Isaacson pointed out, land use designations that were a little outdated. But that process to do even a modest update would be enough to ideally have a more efficient built-in system. But if I may just continue, yes, our 2014 official community plan is not only outdated, I think it doesn't reflect the changes that this community has seen over the last 10 years. I think some communities might be okay to see an official community plan not changed largely in a 10-year span. I think in our case, if you think about the level of development, you know, the increase in population we've seen over the last 10 years, we need to relook at our official community plan. And from my perspective, that plan was light on some of the details that would help us move forward into the future today. So ideally, we address those going forward.
Councillor Elliott, and Councillor Delp first, followed by Elliott.
Yeah, so this is maybe the most complicated motion I've seen come to council about a planning issue in the time I've been here. And I think it's asking us to do 5 different things. The first thing it's asking us to do is make a decision that we agree that the zoning bylaw 2010-2006 amendment bylaw 2744-2024 is consistent with the official community plan. And I'm willing to take staff's advice and declaration that it is consistent without reading all of both bylaws and trying to get a legal opinion on whether or not they're actually consistent. I'm willing to take your word for it. But I think the amendment bylaw that we're talking about, 2744-2024, is pretty straightforward. And if I dig out the actual City of Powell River zoning bylaw, 2100-2006, and look at what's changing is the requirements are being removed for sign notification, etc., of a development permit. And what's being removed is section C, which is all of the public hearing requirements. I think that's number one. We're saying that agrees with the official community plan. Then we're making a decision in the next one that we will not hold a public hearing for the amendment bylaw. We will create an amendment bylaw, bring it forward to council, and council will approve it, and there will be no public hearing about that. And then that we're going to give direction to staff to create a new City of Powell River Development Procedures bylaw with another bunch of numbers. And being a little bit dyslexic, trying to follow all those numbers through has been a bit of an adventure for me. But I think we're doing those more or less 5 separate things with this motion. I'm thinking we should be probably voting on them one at a time rather than all 5 at the same time when it comes to voting. But I think I understand what it is. It's actually at this stage a rather simple change, but it follows the Bill 44 requirements that we not have public hearings to do a bunch of things that we used to have public hearings to do. So, and believe me, I spent about 2 full days reading through all these and looking through different bylaws to make sure I understood what's happening. But we're not changing the OCP. We're not having a new plan to revise OCPs on different days. We're just declaring that what we're doing here is consistent with the existing OCP and trying to change the rules about when we have public hearings. I think I'm right.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Dowd and Mr. Gao. Councillor Elliott.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to seek a little bit of clarity. When Councillor Isaacson asked her question, the avenue for trying to make a zoning change with things that are not currently consistent with our OCP, because we may be outdated or whatever, follows the old rules with public hearings still, right? The only things being exempted are the things that are consistent with the OCP. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I'm trying to do one question at a time here. So the new policy, the draft policy in there, when it comes to public notice, references mailers as well as signs, but doesn't mention, and let me know if I'm wrong, like newspapers or other public postings. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, you are correct. Keep in mind that the Local Government Act speaks to where you must publish notice.
Okay. I guess one question, so related to that, in lieu of public hearings and letting people know about how they can let council know of their opinions, you mentioned Schedule A isn't in the report, and so I know that those signs often are designed in legally appropriate ways and are not designed for the public to actually understand what is going on. And so not knowing what's in Schedule A, is there an intention to make it a bit more user-friendly so the person walking by understands the proposed change? I see you nodding.
Through the chair, absolutely. It's been recognized that we've evolved quite a bit as an organization in the time that Schedule C to the zoning bylaws, what that is, was developed. And whether it's even email addresses, whether it's website addresses, and like I say, Participate PR links, those are all things that would be included.
So my final question related to that public notification or ways for public to find more information. So the Local Government Act does outline things, but it really focuses on newspapers. And so I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to put into policy the other ways in which we can reach public. So for example, our use of social media or the Participate PR. Is that intended, or, I mean, it's part of practice, but is it not, is there a reason that it's not included in policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, if I had the opportunity to suggest the best place that would live, that would be in an engagement strategy that the city itself is behind, rather than, again, in one specific bylaw directing planning staff's time.
Thank you. And I know that's been on the docket for a long time. Okay, that's all for me.
Okay, Councillor Isaacson and Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. One thing we haven't discussed really, or you didn't discuss, Mr. Gao, was the suggestions in the report here that of how we could expand public consultation compensating for the restrictions that now we will experience, particularly with situations where hearings are prohibited. And the last paragraph of their recommendation is, expects us during a council meeting to send this to staff for to prepare the amendments. But since we probably have people on camera and we have people in the gallery, and I know that consultation is really important to our community, I wonder if you just might outline a little bit what the potential for compensation for consultation is now in terms of letter writing and longer terms for signs to be up and stuff like that. Because I know people look at those signs. It really garners a lot of attention and then conversation in the community, in my experience.
Through the chair to Councillor Southcott. Yeah, I didn't go into it in my presentation, but yeah, the report itself kind of digs quite deep into the idea of timing. And that's one of the things that staff really struggled with, because There are requirements from the Local Government Act that don't necessarily align with a good procedure for receiving critical feedback. And so the procedure bylaw that's before you right now does outline a process that would align with council procedure bylaw about when written submissions would be received. And part of that is just, for a written submission to be published on the same agenda that a first reading of a bylaw is being considered. At this point, we do need it, at least from a staff perspective, we need it a number of days before. And so we really struggled with how best to kind of articulate that. But I think in this case, and looking at what other communities are doing, they are highlighting that ideally, and again, it speaks to why 28 days was chosen rather than our current practice of 14 days for those signs. 28 days would give the opportunity for notice to go out, for people to receive the notice and take time to write to council and still get it in what ends up being 9 days before an agenda is published. But it does, again, it's not the same as an oral representation. It's not the same as someone coming before you and standing here. It is a written submission, but we are dealing with provincial mandates. And I think we're trying to find a balance. And I think this is one of the things that, again, we really struggled, perhaps is the wrong word, but we really looked at and tried to understand what the balance is. We have province mandates, and we still understand that engagement is an important part of this community's deliberation on rezonings and rezoning applications.
Councillor Isaacson, last question from council.
Yes, thank you. You've actually raised a good point. So this is the development, I forget the word, development procedure bylaw. We also have our council procedure bylaw. And I'm wondering if you have any recommendations to staff as they're working on, getting together a draft for council to workshop on our council procedures bylaw, because right now, if something is published on an agenda, it's already too late to get correspondence onto that agenda in favor or against whatever is on that agenda. And so I'm wondering if you have any recommendations for staff, your colleagues, or if you're already in communication to address some of the issues that you're talking about here.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, I think the big thing and what we actually heard at the legal conference that Lidstone put on for all of its clients was the element related to delegations. And so if somebody's to appear as a delegation on a land use issue, that could be seen as a de facto public hearing, and you would have to be prepared to turn down that delegate and say, sorry, you're not able to speak to this issue right now. Otherwise, the bylaw itself could be called into question. And so I think that my colleagues in administration are aware of this. I know they are because we've talked about it. And I think that they are looking at best ways to frame that for part of the workshop that is going to be hosted with council, because it is an important issue to consider. And the advice we got from legal counsel is you definitely need to consider that in your council procedure bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
We've got a number of questions, just for practical purposes for people in the gallery and people tuning in and the rest of our residents. A couple of practical questions for you. So this is Bill 44 has come out of the redesignation of commercial property and putting multiple additional homes on smaller size lots to a large extent in Vancouver and elsewhere. So we're going to reduce and not require the public hearing. However, there is a sign that has to go up 30 days prior to this coming to a council meeting for first reading, correct? Am I on the right track?
Through the chair, if I may just speak to that. If the draft development procedures bylaws was passed, yes, 28 days is when the sign would need to be displayed, erected on the subject lands prior to council considering first reading of the zoning bylaw. So in some ways, it actually builds more time, more awareness around a rezoning application.
So in terms of practicality, does it cut down any of the cost for the developer? Because they don't have to do a public hearing. Is there a cost associated with public hearing?
Through the chair, maybe I'll answer that in the same way I did to Mayor Wasnow. If we're discussing the broader implications to Bill 44, I think there's huge benefit to developers that don't have to go through a rezoning process and know that they have the ability to build 4 units on a single family home. As it relates to what we're talking about today, no, I think the public hearing is typically an inexpensive part of the rezoning process.
So my last question is, when it comes for first reading, if we see our gallery full of residents that have been now made aware of this change, we as a council have the right to request a public hearing at that point in time if this comes into effect? As in terms of Councillor Elliott's question?
Through the chair, no, sorry, that's incorrect, if that's what was understood. So going back to the bullets that are in your report kind of early on, there are specific requirements where public hearings are prohibited. And so if it was a residential application and it was in line with the official community plan and council determined that it was in line, because that's a big part of it, there's some interpretation, then it would be prohibited. So it wouldn't be necessarily about, if you had a room full of people that had concerns, there's still opportunity for those members to write and to present those written submissions to a council. And I think one of the things that is actually quite interesting in this process is that the public hearing up until when Bill 44 received royal assent served a very practical purpose. It was had to be held between first reading, after first reading, and before third reading. And it was a period of time where no further public submissions could be made after that point. What seems to either have been missed or not, the province isn't concerned about it, is that it doesn't seem like the public is unable to continue to write letters of concern throughout multiple readings of the bylaw. So to your point, if you have a room full of concerned citizens, they're still able to write to council, and until you get to a place of adopting that bylaw. Now, there may come further information along this path that I might have to retract that statement, but that's my reading of it right now, is that unlike a public hearing that really is clear about where no further public submissions can be made, there doesn't seem to be that requirement.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gow. I don't see any further questions, so we have a recommendation on our things here. Would somebody like to read that? Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, maybe in line with Councillor Dout's suggestion, do it one at a time so that we're clear on what we're voting on. I move that members of the committee agree that proposed City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100-2006 amendment bylaw 2744-2024 is consistent with City of Powell River official community plan bylaw 2370-2014.
By Councillor Dout. Any comments? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. I'm just curious about the wording and the expectation that we could agree on something that should be a determination of fact that we probably haven't studied enough to know. Pursuant to Councillor Dout's comments, it might be more practical to say that we've adopted the recommendation that staff say, that staff indicate that the City of Powell River zoning bylaw is consistent with the official community plan, simply because we're accepting that without having done due diligence research on the actual. But it's neither here nor there. I just was curious about why we wouldn't be just adopting the staff recommendation that it's consistent. Legal terminology that we have to do it this way? I don't know. It's a question, yeah.
That was same question for I was gonna say Dr. Gow. Mr. Gow, I'll promote you there. Mr. Gow, is this language required in order for us to check a box when we do bylaw revisions?
The chair, that is a good question, and I believe that it was about how the Local Government Act reads, but whether or not a recommendation that staff, it may be neither here nor there. I think what staff are trying to do is ensure that council is in the driver's seat and determining that it is in keeping with the official community plan. I will point out that the report does speak to the area that staff believe is in alignment. So that's where, if you've read the report and accepted that staff, that would be the key there.
Okay, so hearing comments, all in favor of that component? Unanimous. Moving along, item number 2. Councillor Isaacson.
Sure. I move that a public hearing under Local Government Acts Section 464(2) for proposed City of Pell River zoning bylaw 2100/2006 amendment bylaw 2744/2024 will not be held.
By Councillor Almeida. Comments? Concerns? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Next item.
Happy to spread it around.
Councillor Isaacson, carry on.
Oh, sure. I move that members of the committee direct staff to issue notice of council's intent to consider first reading of City of Pell River zoning bylaw 2100/2006 amendment bylaw 2744/2024 pursuant to Local Government Act Section 467 at a future meeting of council.
By Councillor Almeida. Any comments? Concerns? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Next, please.
And finally, I move that members of the committee direct staff to prepare amendments to the City of Pell River Development Procedures Bylaw 2745/2024 as outlined in staff's report dated March 19th, 2024, entitled Bill 24, New Provincial Prohibition.
44.
Oh, Bill 44, so many numbers. Bill 44, New Provincial Prohibition on Holding Public Hearings in Prescribed Circumstances, and bring the bylaw amendments forward to a future regular meeting of council for consideration.
By Councillor Almeida. Cause for concern? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move to item 5.2, Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act, new provincial principal resident requirements. Mr. Gow.
Thank you again. So this is another report related to provincial legislation. The purpose of this staff report is to present and obtain direction on proposed City of Pell River zoning bylaw and business license bylaw amendments to meet the principal resident requirement of the 2023 Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act, or Bill 35. So under the Homes for People Action Plan, the province is committed to delivering more affordable housing. Bill 35 aims to establish provincial rules and enforcement of short-term rentals, return short-term rentals to the long-term rental market, and increase fines and provide local governments with stronger enforcement tools. Bill 35 received royal assent on October 26th of last year, and its principal resident requirement will come into effect on May 1st, 2024. Additional changes are anticipated throughout 2024 as the province launches the provincial registry. A future staff report will address these changes and any requirements to amend city bylaws once the province's short-term rental registration system comes into effect later this year. This staff report and attached amendment bylaws focuses on bringing the city into compliance with the Act's principal residence requirement by removing references to vacation rental land uses and vacation rental businesses in the city's zoning bylaw and business license bylaw. As a reminder, a vacation rental is a short-term rental offering of an investment property, meaning it is not somebody's principal residence, and city bylaws cap the number of vacation rental businesses or business licenses, issued each year at 10. The draft amendment bylaws also propose to align the city's definition of a short-term rental with how the province now defines them, which is as a rental listing that is offered for stays of 90 consecutive days or less. Currently, the city defines a short-term rental as a rental listing that is offered for stays of less than 29 days. The implication is that business licenses will be required for rentals offered for stays 90 consecutive days or less rather than 29 days. As one of the more significant changes in the Act, I'm going to speak a little further on the introduction of the principal residence requirement. Under this requirement, short-term rentals will be limited to a property host's principal resident and either a secondary suite or accessory dwelling unit on the same property. Regulations introduced as part of the Act are intended as a minimum standard, with local governments free to introduce stricter requirements impacting short-term rentals. For example, local governments may regulate densities, total number of short-term rentals, total number of nights rented, and the type of residential unit where short-term rentals can operate. The city's business license bylaw currently limits the number of short-term rental licenses to one dwelling per lot, one dwelling unit per lot. This would be considered stricter than what Bill 35 would allow. However, the city does not limit the number of nights rented nor dictate where short-term rentals can take place, meaning property owners can rent either their principal dwelling, a secondary suite, or a carriage house on their property. So again, moving to recommendations, and much like my previous presentation, this is another opportunity to consider a situation where a public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments may not be required. Recommendations are that members of this committee agree that proposed amendment bylaw 2747 is consistent with the official community plan and that a public hearing will not be held as per section 464 of the Local Government Act, and that members of the committee direct staff to issue notice of council's intent to consider first reading of amendment bylaw 2747 at a future council meeting. And then the final two recommendations relate to the proposed amendments to the business license bylaw and staff's request that draft amendment bylaw 2748 be forwarded to a future regular meeting of council for consideration of readings. And that is my presentation on that particular report.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. Councillor Elliott.
Thanks. So the Act requires this of cities over which there's a they've decided which cities must be included in the Act. What was that rule? I can't see it.
I have a lot of numbers in my head as well. It's either 5,000 or 10,000, but I believe it's communities greater than 5,000. And then there's a list of communities that, say, for example, Cumberland, that is adjacent. It's smaller than 5,000, but it's adjacent to other communities that are seeing challenges with short-term rentals. So yes, 10,000, 5,000. I believe it's 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. So earlier in your report, it mentions that under the Act, there's the introduction of a principal residence requirement. And under this requirement, hosts must also possess and display a valid business license and provincial registration number. But then later on, you mentions that city bylaw, that we don't have to change our business bylaws for short-term rentals. And so I'm wondering, we don't have to, or we do? Can you clarify that? That just
through the chair to Councillor Isaacson. If there was a reference to not having to change bylaws, that's outdated, and I apologize. One of the changes that was made kind of at the last minute was to make a recommendation to align with the provincial definition, and so that may have just been a carryover in the report. My apologies if that's the case. So yes, we would be updating our bylaw to reflect the provincial definition for short-term rental, meaning 90 consecutive days or less.
And requiring a license for anyone, even if they're aligning, if they're in their own homes and they're using one unit.
Through the chair, that aligns with our current practice. So anybody that has a short-term rental, and then again, currently that's defined as 29 days or less, for them to advertise on a platform like Airbnb or VRBO requires a business license from the city.
So imagine a situation where somebody does not normally rent out their principal residence, but they've gone on holidays for 2 months and they would like to rent it out while they're gone. How would this butt up against? and they advertise on Facebook or whatever, how would that butt up against these guidelines? or not?
Through the chair, currently, if they were to rent it out for 2 months, they wouldn't require a business license. However, if the recommendations are adopted and they're required to get a business license, they would be required to get a business license to short-term rent it. And again, it's keep in mind, we're talking about advertising on Airbnb. We're talking about the types of short-term rental platforms that make that. If somebody is letting a friend stay in their house, the city has no way of knowing that, nor do we spend time going after those types of those issues.
Great. That's it for now. Thank you.
Other hands, I've got a couple of questions. Looking at this in full perspective in terms of where the city is and where the regional district is on this, we limit our current short term for residential use on residential property to 10, only 10 within the entire city at this time, correct?
Through the chair, I would adjust that. We currently cap vacation rentals, and so those are investment properties. We do not have a cap on short-term rentals. So anybody in a principal residence, so if they live in the house, that's where they live the majority of the time. We do not have a cap on the number of business licenses we issue.
That changes the equation. Yeah, so that greatly expands. And this is only in reference to residential properties, not commercial properties, correct?
Through the chair, largely correct. However, the province has given the city reason to believe that and it comes down to the way our zoning is. For example, the MX zone is a mixed-use zone. The province may be looking at those properties and saying some of the houses that are in there cannot claim that they are commercial property, that they are a residential property, and that they would also be required to adhere to the bylaw as well. So, because it's a fair point, we do have a permitted use in many commercial zones called traveler accommodation. And so, for example, there have been businesses that operate with multiple units as traveler accommodation. They're a boutique hotel, if you will. So there's a little nuance there, and we're still trying to understand how the province is going to determine some of the permitted uses in specifically our mixed use zones.
That's pretty important because when we look at the entire region, the regional district can have as many short-term rentals as they want. However, when it comes to the city, we can only generate $10,000 a year having 10 of these type of facilities on short-term basis. Well, that limits our revenue generation. Now, my concern is with the new build on Manson and Joyce going in with 150 rental units coming on board, our vacancy rate could go a lot higher than the current 1.3, which was referenced in the report. So in terms of limiting short-term in the city, when we know those rentals are coming on board, I'm kind of leaning towards not doing anything at this point in time in terms of limiting to see how that plays out going forward. Do you have any comments or to make in that regard?
Yeah, through the chair. Again, I would like to make the distinction between vacation rental, which will no longer be permitted in the city of Powell River. So people will not be able to rent out their investment properties. They have to be the principal resident, and that is the implications of Bill 35. However, we do not at this point have a cap on short-term rentals, and those are somebody lives in the primary or the principal dwelling unit and they want to rent out their carriage house. That's fine. They can do that, and we can have as many short-term rental licenses out there. Again, that's how our bylaws are currently written.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Ehrlich and then Councillor Isaacson.
So for clarification, the vacation rental licensing or whatever it was we were calling that is no longer applicable. Is that correct? We're needing to withdraw that?
Through the chair, as of May 1st, it will no longer be permitted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I'm slightly afraid I've forgotten my question. didn't write this one down. Nope, gone.
Okay, so we have a recommendation on short-term rentals. Somebody like to move that or
Oh, I remember my question.
go right ahead?
Quickly, thank you. You mentioned the fees that we collect from vacation rentals. I'm wondering if you have a sense of the fees that we've collected for business licenses for short-term rentals.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, currently as of 2024, as of today in 2024, there are 37 business licenses associated with short-term rentals at $180 each.
Thank you.
So if I may just continue, obviously the $1,000 per license was helpful in terms of adding revenue to our business licensing process. Unfortunately, that is not something that we are going to be able to recoup any further.
Somebody like to move the recommendation? Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Are we doing separately again? In this case? Okay, all righty. I move that members of the committee agree that proposed City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100/2006, amendment bylaw 2747/2024 is consistent with City of Powell River official community plan bylaw 2370/2014.
One at a time here. Moved by, or seconded by Councillor Dowd. Any comments, concerns? All in favor? Unanimous. And next one, Councillor Almeida.
I move that a public hearing under Local Government Act Section 464, Part 2 for proposed City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100/2006, amendment bylaw 2747/2024 will not be held.
By Councillor Dowd. And I have to ask the question before I ask for all in favor. And that is, have we notified these 9 or 10 individuals that have done this in the past? We have.
Through the chair, as soon as we became aware of the changes, we issued a letter highlighting that for the holders of the licenses at that point. And at the beginning of this year, we didn't get as many vacation rental license applications. But when we did issue those licenses, we also issued them with another letter just highlighting that May 1st would be when those would terminate.
Thank you for that clarification. All in favor? Unanimous? And moving along.
I move that members of the committee direct staff to issue notice of council's intent to consider first reading of City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100/2006, amendment bylaw 2747/2024, pursuant to Local Government Act Section 467 at a future meeting of council.
Seconded by Councillor Selcott. All in favor? Unanimous? Next.
I move that members of the committee have considered reasonable notice requirements for proposed City of Powell River business license bylaw 2026/2010, amendment bylaw 2748/2024.
Concerns? All in favor? Thank you. Unanimous? Next.
I move that members of the committee direct staff to issue notice of council's intent to consider first reading of City of Powell River business license bylaw 2226/2010, amendment bylaw 2748/2024, pursuant to Community Charter Section 59, Part 2, at a future meeting of council.
Goodbye. Selcott. In favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gal. We move along on today's agenda to item 5.3, proposed 2024 property tax rates. Chief Financial Officer.
Chair,
Yes.
could I ask one question related to your question, actually, around the licenses issued for vacation rentals this year, whether, since they only got from January to May, whether we're considering doing any discounts on those licenses?
Through the chair, unfortunately, we don't have a prorated business license fee associated with vacation rentals and would have required a bylaw change. So these applicants have already paid a fee and you would be looking at reimbursing them if that's what you're referring to.
And to do that, we'd need some sort of a bylaw to allow that to happen?
We probably want to work with our CFO and others to ensure that we would be in a position to reimburse on an application fee.
Okay, I would just leave that with staff as something I'm curious about, and maybe somebody could speak to that at some point in the future.
Welcome, Ms. Dennison. Property tax rates, what a timely topic.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, committee. I will be summarizing the 2024 Property Tax Rates Report, which recommends that the committee direct staff to prepare the City of Powell River 2024 Property Tax Rates Bylaw based on the rates provided in this report. To start off, I'll just quickly recap where we're at in our financial planning process. We started in August 2023, and since then, this is our 12th meeting. And I think we've had a number of very robust and productive discussions. We've also held an in-person public engagement session and done an online survey. The meeting today is now to discuss the property tax rates, which are based on two main assumptions. First, the property tax revenue that is established in the City of Powell River 2024 5-year financial plan bylaw that is going for adoption this Thursday. So it's based on that 24.5 million that is established in that bylaw, which is not yet adopted. Secondly, these rates are based on the 2024 completed assessment roll. We received this assessment roll in January, and of course, BC Assessment is now undergoing some property assessment appeals and correcting some errors. So in April, we will receive a revised roll, and that is the roll that we will base our property taxes on. So there will be minor changes. I will say currently, we're not aware of any significant property assessment appeals that would drastically change between the completed and revised roll, which is very good news. That's where we're at in the process. And of course, based on all of that information, we set property tax rates. Property tax rates themselves aren't super helpful numbers to look at. For example, in the past few years, we've had such significant market increases, our tax rates have gone down, and we haven't publicized that or promoted that because taxes were still going up for residents. So what we like to focus on is what are property tax payers paying. So we'll start from a very high level, and the property tax rates that have been proposed, of course, result in a distribution of the property tax revenue. You can see on the screen we're comparing 2023 distribution based on 2024. The largest change is in the major industry class. It made up about 16% of our revenue last year, and it will be 21% this year. We've talked about this a lot in the financial planning process, so I won't reiterate, but I'll just summarize with the main driver for that being the property tax revitalization exemption bylaw is no longer in place. So with major industry taking a little bit more of the property tax burden, we've seen a decrease in the property tax burden in residential and business. Residential decreasing about 5%. And 6% rather, and business class reducing by about 1%. Residential overall decreased more because it had a decrease in its assessment, whereas business had a 1% increase. So when we're looking at property tax rates, we have the property tax revenue amount changing. We have non-market changes related to, say, new development, and we have the market changes. So because of that, the topic can get a little bit complicated. So given all of those factors, how do we divvy up the 24.5 million? Well, the objective is to do it fairly. And the way we do it fairly is we assess the base scenario. We can't just apply an increase to an average property in each class because each class is having varying levels of market and non-market changes. So the base is simply saying, let's look at our 2023 properties. What's the value of them right now in 2024? So it takes out the non-market change. And it's an iterative process, but when we look at the base scenario, we landed at a 6.7% increase in the base scenario to our property classes. And that's really to make up for the increase in property taxes, which is addressing inflation and transfers to our reserves as we're facing aging infrastructure and low reserve funds. So in the base scenario, we're looking at 6.7% increase to all classes except for two special classes. Utilities is special. It has a legislated maximum of 2.5 times the business class rate and 40 And in this scenario, the highest of those two was 2.5 times the business class rate, landing it at about 42. So that's why you'll see not a 6.7% increase to utilities. It's special. The other special one, of course, is major industry. So we'll look at major industry on its own, and it's special for reasons noted throughout the financial planning process, but mainly the exemption bylaw is now ended, and the site is permanently closed. So we've seen a lot of change on this property. But given those two changes, what we're looking at is a property tax rate for major industry proposed at 62 instead of 60 in the prior year. This would produce about 5.2 million compared to 3.3 in the prior year, providing a 1.9 million increase in major industry revenue. Now, as discussed in our process so far, we are squirreling away 1.6 of that because there's a big risk with this property that may result in significantly less property taxes in the future. And so given that risk, we've squirreled away 1.6 million. And so in effect, 250,000 of the major industry increase this year will be felt as a relief to the other property taxes. And I believe that we've kind of struck a very good balance this year of saving some for the future to stabilize, but also letting a little bit of relief to the taxpayers while still establishing a fair major industry rate. Of course, this all boils down to a property tax notice that residents will receive in June. So in the report, we include a pro forma property tax notice for an average single family dwelling. In summary, the municipal taxes and user fees would be $3,731, which is $235 higher than the prior year, or a 6.7% increase. This will be 70% of an average single family dwelling bill. They'll also have 30% of their bill, which is to pay other authorities. The city collects those funds and remits those funds. The city does not keep or set those amounts. Because everyone has, of course, a different assessment than an average single family dwelling, after this meeting, if some direction is provided, staff will launch the online property tax calculator. And what this would allow residents to do is put in their assessment this year and last year and kind of show what the total estimate of their property taxes would be. By the time we get to April, we're able to update that tool to the final rates. But at this point in time, we do make it very clear on our website that they're estimates. But we do think this is a very important engagement tool for residents to be able to estimate what the taxes are based on what's on the table. So that will be launched if council provides some direction on tax rates in this meeting. The property tax rates, as I mentioned, are included in the Appendix A. And with that, I will open the floor to any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Ms. Dennison. Mayor Wasnell, followed by Councillor Southcott.
So if we didn't put the 1.6 million into reserve, how much would the total property tax increase be for a citizen of Powell River this year?
Through the chair, for an average single family dwelling, they would likely see almost a slight decrease if we didn't make that savings. So it'd be fair to say about the same as 2023.
Thank you.
Question. Southcott, followed by Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. I've been thinking about something for a few weeks, and that is relative to the property tax ratios, and specifically with regard to business, the business ratio. We haven't talked about it. I don't think we talked about it last year, but I do remember this being a subject of conversation in previous years. So I did a little bit of research, and this was controlled by the province to be between, I believe, 2.5 and 3.5 2.5 and 3.5. So I'm referring to figure 5 in the report. Until, I think it was about 20 years ago, the province turned the discretion over to municipalities. Since then, or in past years in council, I've been aware of us trying to aim closer to 3, which would kind of be the median of that originally mandated provincial range. I don't think I've ever been aware of it actually being around 3, but it's been in the 3 point whatever range. And I'm aware, I was in small business in a kind of previous lifetime. I've always considered small business to be a cornerstone to our local economy. There's an awful lot of temptation to just buy everything online these days, even groceries to some degree. But I do deeply value our local small business community. And I would like to, if there's any, I'd like to, I know this is kind of to change it's at 3.9 now from 4.2 last year. I'm assuming that that has something to do with the fairly large difference in the major industry revenue that we're going to see. I don't know, but I'd like to see that business ratio at around 3.5. And if there's, I suppose, to suggest that officially, I would need to make a motion here. Is that what I would need to do? And see if there's any support in that.
Councillor Southcott just alluded to, from your presentation, weren't all classes other than major industry increasing 6.7?
Through the chair, yes. The presentation assumes status quo as far as an equal and even increase to all classes, given the base scenario. And the base just means, hey, if residential had a lot of new growth, let's share that evenly. Let's not just let them hoard it away. So that's essentially what we're trying to do. So we've achieved an equal and even based on the prior year. And should committee wish to give direction to change any rates or ratios, that's what this discussion would be about. I would return with revised proposed figures, keeping in mind that it's a give and take. It's a pie chart. So any change, any decrease to one area is going to increase the other. And generally, it's something you might want to do some engagement before to prepare. So maybe it's a discussion this year to prepare for the next year. Often committees are established around these discussions when these changes are made. I know the City of Vancouver did a lot of research on the business rate and is it fair and what should it be and comparisons, and there's a lot of research and work that can go behind the scenes, because at the end of the day, if it changes a bit, the other classes will feel it. So that's my just background for a committee.
If I may continue just a little bit.
Continue.
So I realize this would shift ratios or for other tax classes, and probably should have brought this up about a month ago or maybe 2 months ago. And that would be my question: when would be a strategically good time to bring this consideration up? Because if we don't have appetite to entertain this year, I certainly do intend to bring it up for next budget cycle. Because I just know our business community is having trouble. We've been lobbied, and I hear about it fairly frequently.
Through the chair, in the final budget report, when we adopt the property tax rate bylaw, I'll be bringing forward the 2025 budget schedule. And if committee provides direction, I could propose in that schedule a discussion early fall to start talking about the property tax rates, or even earlier. And we could have some discussions around different options to achieve a certain objective, if it's the business class or whichever class specifically. So direction, the committee could give direction for this to be included in the 2025 budget schedule. And when I bring that forward, we can go back and forth until we find the right spot to bring it forward in the year. That's one option. But certainly, again, as I said, this is the will of committee direction, and it could be changed for 2024 as well. It's your direction. Thank you.
I'm just going to add a comment because Councillor Southcott's brought up a good point here, where in budget discussions in the past, we have seen the estimated tax increase for business class long before this point of our schedule, where we were able to make changes and reduce that number. Whereas in this round, we haven't seen that number up until now, I believe. Am I wrong?
Through the chair, earlier reports have provided estimated costs for the business class and the single family dwelling.
Yeah, so I don't remember seeing specific figures in that regard. And I know in the past, when those figures have come up, the members of council in the past have asked for a reduction of that business class. So just for discussion, I'm throwing it out there. Is there any appetite to entertain a reduction perhaps in terms of the mayor's comment in regard to the 16 or 1.6 million we have in reserve to come to grips to reduce that number at all in this cycle?
Through the chair, if I may, that number is established in the City of Powell River 5-year financial plan bylaw that has 3 readings. So we could rescind those readings and reestablish that number. One other thought is you could request the tax rate to increase for major industry. That wouldn't require changing the financial plan bylaw. It would simply increase the amount for major industry, and if that's fully offset with business, business would go down, major industry would go up, and everyone would stay the same.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So next on the speaking order, we have Councillor Isaacson, followed by Councillor Almeida, and then Councillor Elliott.
I don't think I was on the speakers list. Yeah, you can skip me.
Wait a minute, have I got the wrong list? No, I had your name down. Anyway, Councillor Almeida, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. My question was actually going to be somewhat in line with what the CFO just shared. I was curious, I guess, because you listed 4 different businesses that were under the major industry category. Are all those 4 on the mill site? Or is there another major industry I'm not aware of?
Through the chair, they are all owned by the mill. There are 4 separate sites. One main folio makes up, I believe, about 98% of it. So it's just one main folio with a few other properties in that area owned by Catalyst. Yeah.
Okay. Because my thought, as Councillor Palm and Councillor Southcott were sharing their ideas, and even actually before this meeting, from conversations I've had with other councils on the island, was I think they have different rates for different industries, and I can think of a couple. I don't know the actual data for sure, but I'm sure the CFO could confirm. But I think there's other communities that are former mill towns that might have a slightly inflated mill rate for their mill building. And I'm looking at your figure 2 over here that has while we're making more from the mill this year because of the drop in the revitalization exemption, we're also down technically 1.7 based on the change in value. And so I would be open to a conversation that increases the major industry rate to bring it more in line with what we would have had without the exemption last year. And that might help then the businesses, as other councillors have mentioned. So my 2 cents.
Any comments in regard to that comment?
No comments. A great idea to kick around.
We have next on our list Councillor Elliott, followed by Councillor Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes back to you're saying that you didn't have any information about any significant appeals and for this year. So does that would include whether the mill had filed an appeal or not, because that was one of our unknowns. So is that now unknown and lowering our risk with respect to the tax stabilization fund?
Through the chair, that is correct. It's decreased that risk, whereas we're quite sure now we would be able to levy the 5.2 and be able to save 1.6 of it. But of course, there is a question in the summer around collection, so that's a separate piece. So there is still some risk there around collection. I think it's small, but it's worth noting.
Through the chair, the issue around collection for the mill in particular would mean we wouldn't even have the money to put into the tax stabilization reserve anyways. So I'm just curious about that reserve doesn't really mitigate that risk at all anyways. We were mostly trying to mitigate risks affiliated with them possibly appealing and getting a lower assessed value, and that risk doesn't appear to be there this year. So given that, I would definitely love to entertain perhaps changing the changing those numbers around a bit to benefit taxpayers this year.
Councillor Elliott. Next up, we have Councillor Doubt.
Interesting discussion. When I look at figure 5 and the property tax ratios, it looks to me like the burden being carried by business category properties is less this year than it was last year. Am I right about that?
Through the chair, yes. Some comments around ratios is that as the residential rate changes, the ratio will change. So it's not always the tried and true number to put in a policy and target. It seems fair. It seems like it would be the best approach, but with non-market change being different in different classes, it might not be the best and most fair approach to pursue.
Well, the table in front of me says that in 2023, the property tax ratios showed business as being 4.2, and in 2024, businesses show as 3.9. It seems to me that that's a lower percentage.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so the burden of businesses on businesses is less this year than it was last year.
Through the chair, that is correct. They have decreased to a smaller portion of the property tax burden this year.
That's what I wanted to address. It's slightly less this year. I think everybody in the room, businesses, residents, and industries would like to see their tax rates go down. Not possible for everybody. I think the time to address these ratios is earlier in the process. And I think if we're going to spend a year figuring out our budget and our 5-year financial plan, then we should address the basic conditions of that early in the process. We're almost where we should be starting our process for 2025. And I would prefer to start with the basic discussions of how we want to share the taxation. As far as putting the taxation from the mill property into a strategic reserve, I think it's a good idea. As you've said it kind of around the Mulberry Bush way, is there's a possibility that the mill might not pay its taxes. There's a possibility that every taxpayer might not pay their taxes. And yes, eventually the city would collect the money, but it would take time. And if we put that money, that entire increase that we're getting from the mill into a reserve, that means that if they should choose not to pay their taxes, there won't be an impact on the city's ability to continue to provide service. The other reason for putting that money into the reserve is that in the future, the assessment value of the mill and the ability for the city to collect taxes may decline beyond where it is now. Could go to zero, possibly. That's a possibility. In which case, the city would have much less revenue. And if we had a reserve to count on in the bank, then we could mitigate the damage that would be to residential and other business categories. So, that's my position on it. I think we've got property tax ratios in a reasonable place. It is less of a burden for businesses than it was before. And if around the table everybody would like to see the business taxation transferred to residences or major industry, then that's a good discussion to have for next year's plan. And that's my 2 bits worth.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would support adding this to the discussion in August. I'm not interested in changing to that stabilization reserve fund, which would require starting over with the budget, the 5-year financial plan bylaw readings, and we are potentially up for adoption on Thursday. My understanding is that, if we don't collect taxes from the mill site, the stabilization fund's kind of moot, but in collecting it, assuming it gets collected, given Paper Excellence's track record in other communities where they have shut down operations, the stabilization fund protects us in the future if their assessment changes further. And so it's not necessarily for this year, it's for future years. And for those reasons, I don't want to change it. In increasing the tax rate for heavy industry or major industry, my understanding is that we're quite near the limit of what is near what is appropriate and what they could challenge us on. And so I just want to check in on that with you.
Through the chair, I did some research before I was putting these rates together. I pulled in all of the major industry rates for BC, kind of compared it to the revenue that was brought in and the assessment value as well. So I kind of let, if there's not a lot of assessment value, I didn't put a lot of value in the rate they charged. And I don't have the numbers exactly on hand. We weren't the highest, we weren't the lowest. I'd say we were probably 75th percentile. Speaking with colleagues from other municipalities, there's a lot of wiggle room for it to increase before we could be reasonably challenged in court. Technically, there's no legislated max for major industry, but if we were to try to increase it egregiously, we would lose in court. So there is a limit. There's a lot of wiggle room from what I can see based on the municipalities in BC, if that's how we would be compared. So.
Thank you. One thing that I want to mention, Councillor Dowd referred to from 4.2 to 3.9. The burden on the business class as a whole might be lower, but that doesn't mean that the burdens to individual businesses is lower, and so tax rates are still going up. And so I'm going to move to add the tax rates between class discussion to the council, the budgeting discussion. What we call it when we're setting the premises? What is it?
Through the chair, the assumptions meeting in August
for the 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan.
Or moved by Councillor Isaacson, seconded by Councillor Almeida. Charlie.
So the motion moves the discussion around setting rates between classes to on the end of summer, basically, is what the motion is. Thank you. Just a question. Our major industry tax levy is the only class that did not see an increase this year in overall rates, notwithstanding the revitalization tax exemption. So in the tax levy in 2023 was higher than the tax levy in 2024 due to property valuation. But was there also an increase, was the rates increased or?
Through the chair, major industry received a little bit more than the 6.7 that was applied in the base scenario. It was closer to 7.5. The reason the major industry tax levy showed on the screen is 1.7 million less is because the non-market changed, because the value went down when it permanently closed. Okay. So we can't compare apples to apples, but when I did the analysis of if it hadn't closed, how close would it be? That in that scenario, it was slightly above what the other classes were receiving, but very fair. It was about 7.5% compared to the 6.7%.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Any further questions at this? We have a motion on the floor to take a look at tax rates for various categories in 2025. Does anybody need that motion reread before we vote? Hearing none, all in favor for 2025? Yes, that passes unanimously. Now, getting back to present day. I have one question because a member of the public wanted me to ask this, and that is, in your report, I want to be clear, you mentioned revenue generated by new build. Are those figures included in the numbers we're seeing here as far as our revenue?
Through the chair, yes, they are. New build does spread out the taxes, but over time, to be clear, it creates additional costs for the city. So depending on the type of build, multifamily has better economies of scale and might spread out the taxes more than it contributes to the taxes. So, but yes, the new development is included. The way the base is calculated is it's an iterative process with a lot of goal seek in Excel. So we have to know the taxes we'll collect from new development as we work backwards to the 6.7. So new development will pay the exact same that properties that existed in 2023 will pay.
We have a figure of how much that generated?
Through the chair, I could calculate that and report back.
No further questions, comments? Councillor Isaacson, you have your hand up.
I can move the recommendation. I move that members of the committee direct staff to prepare City of Pell River 2024 property tax rates bylaw number 2743/2024 based on Appendix A of the March 19th, 2024 staff report titled Proposed 2024 Property Tax Rates and adjusted for any changes reflected in the 2024 revised assessment roll for consideration of first and second readings at its regular meeting to be held April 18th, 2024.
Moved by Councillor Isaacson, seconded by Councillor Selcott. Any further comments, concerns? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So one of my thoughts is that by passing this motion, we would not be able to consider a motion to rejig our tax stabilization reserve amounts. And so I wouldn't mind just sort of an informal comment from councillors to see if council's wanting to look at that or not wanting to look at that before we call the question.
So, yeah, we could have Councillor Almeida, you have a comment on that? Or are you just seconding that?
No, more of a comment / question to the CFO regarding that topic, actually. The stabilization reserve is designed to mitigate potential risks, more so for this, well, you described it for this coming year. Do we see those risks beyond this year? Like, would we have a better idea in 6-8 months whether the risks are still a factor? And the point of my question being, if so, does that really mean that come 2025, we can then turn that reserve back into general funds, which would then mitigate things for taxes in 2025? Does that make sense?
Through the chair, we'll know every January as far as what the risk is for the site and what the assessment will be. So each January we'll report back on that risk. And it's something else to consider. You know, if the budget passes, we'll be bringing forward the reserve policy to add this new reserve in and outline what the criteria is for this reserve. You know, when is it to be used? And in our discussions, we're talking a lot about, of course, using it to stabilize property taxes in the case of something happening with the mill, with the mill site decreasing. But in those discussions in the future, when we're looking at the policy, it'll be up to the will of council if you'd like to include other events that could be unforeseen. We are trying to squirrel away money for our CMP when we go over 15,000 and have to pay 90% of that bill. There could be other unknown events that the city could face, and it would be up to council if they would want to use that amount to stabilize the property taxes. To answer your question, we would know in January if the mill site would cause any sort of requirement to dip into those funds. It could be a scenario next year where we add to the funds, or we don't need to add to the funds, and we have enough buffer and we can start reaping that benefit. But until we collect this year's, we don't have any savings. The savings is not for 2024, it is for 2025. There is very low risk at this point of an appeal. So this is when we want to capture it. This is our opportunity to have something should we see some massive changes in 2025 and beyond. Yeah.
Appreciate that comment, Councillor Elliott. Let's go to Councillor Delp first, then Councillor Elliott.
I'd like to answer Councillor Elliott's question before she asks another one. And that is that I don't think that we should reduce that stabilization reserve. I think it's necessary for risk mitigation for the city for the future. Now, when we see a thriving major industry operating on that piece of property, we can stop worrying about what the tax revenue is going to be. I don't think that's going to happen between now and July, realistically. And I think we have plenty of time to look at what happens by January of 2024 to get some better idea of what's going to happen throughout 2005. But the debt risk hasn't disappeared, and it's not going to disappear for some time until, as I said, there is a thriving heavy industry operating on that piece of property down there. Until then, we are at a risk of receiving less tax revenue from that piece of property. So I think we should approve this the way it is, and we have an opportunity to look at it through 2024 and see where we are at 2025 and see if we can disperse some of that money and save taxes at that time. I don't think it's a good idea at the present time.
Councillor Elliott?
Oh, I was just going to throw, I would be comfortable with lowering it to like 1 million for the reserve and increasing the amount for taxation this year into our operation budget by 600,000. I think that would see relief and it would be a great balance. I've heard from Councillor Isaacland, she doesn't think it's a good idea. Councillor Doubt doesn't think it's a good idea. I haven't really heard from the rest.
Oh, good point. I've got one question, and that is, could our tech individual please pull up the major industry graphic one more time, or someone? Yeah, that one. So tax shift to major industry class, the bottom line, $253,000. Where is that going?
Through the chair, that is going to be the amount of tax that the other property classes will feel has shifted from their class to major industry class. It's a relief. 250,000 is spread out amongst the remaining classes as a relief or a decrease to them.
So that's already been factored in when you're referencing 6.7.
Through the chair, yes, the 6.7 would have been higher. Through the chair, if I can add, when analyzing the major industry rate, I think one thing to just discuss is if the site is for sale and we're looking at potential interest in the site, we have to strike the balance of a fair rate that we would kind of hold consistently that might not deter a potential buyer, but not a rate that's too low that there's a bait and switch. So what we land on with that rate when we talk about it, I think it is important this year to set aside some time to look at that rate, as well as looking at other rates such as light industry, because if that site switches to light industry, we want to make sure we're comfortable with all the rates. So a good, healthy discussion. This is a very good time to do it. I just wanted to add that food for thought.
Thank you for that. Mayor Wasnell?
Thank you. Listening to everybody, I would support leaving the 1.6 million in the reserve. it's always a decision to take a short-term positive hit for everybody or to do the tough thing, which is to put money into the reserve. So I'm going to support the 1.6 million in the reserve.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. Any further comments with the motion on the floor? I've just got one, and that is, it's very evident if you're listening to the discussion today to realize that the city is not in a good financial position at this point in time. That is very clear. And it distresses me to no end to see our unsustainable tax increase year after year. It's on the table for the foreseeable 5-year plan that is going to push taxes up greatly on all categories in the city. And I don't know what the answer is because we don't know where we're going to be next year. We could be worse off than we are right now. So in terms of the motion on the floor, I have to say that it's a good idea to be risk adverse and keep the 1.6 for this year in reserve, not knowing the future. So that's the way I'm going to vote on this issue. So we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion on the floor to reuse some of that 1.6 million.
The motion
Is
is,
that the motion?
no,
What
the
is the
motion
motion
is
on
the one in
floor?
the package.
I'm going to ask corporate officer, what motion are we considering?
Chair, the motion in the package is the motion that's on the floor right now. Would you like me to read it out again?
Just a straight. Okay. Oh. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Dennison.
Thank you.
Oh, where are we on today's agenda? Let me bring it up on my screen. And we now move to reports for information. 6.1, sale of fire truck rescue pumper truck. And who would like to speak to this item? Ms. Dennison.
Sure. I
Yes.
think we might take a 5-minute break here, or comfort break for a little while. We've been
Yes, we could have.
sitting here for a while.
5-minute break. It is now 5:28. We'll recess at 5:33. Now, but that everybody's back in position, we'll move on to today's agenda and we'll move to reports for information, sale of fire rescue pumper truck.
Thank you. I'm presenting information today on the sale of the pumper truck. This is a supplemental report for information following up from the report on December 7th, 2023, where staff presented council with some information on our pumper truck fleet. And through that meeting, it was directed to staff to sell the asset using the most profitable method feasible, with net proceeds transferred to the vehicle and equipment reserve. So I just wanted to follow up with council on the process that staff undertook. Given all of the options to sell a major asset, such as the pumper truck, we found that a closed bid posted on BC Bid, coordinated through staff to be the most profitable because there was no commission. And we felt that it was fair because it allowed anyone to put in a closed bid. We set the minimum at $1 million, which would have profited $150,000 on the truck. After having the bid open for 5 days, 5 weeks, it was closed and it was awarded to the highest bidder. The highest bidder was $1.15 million, which is $150,000 more than we had budgeted for. So the sale of the pumper truck produced a net gain of about $300,000. I don't know if I'll ever report on a depreciable asset making money on that again. I don't know if any accountant gets to do that in their career, so I'm really savoring this moment right now. We had budgeted $150,000 gain, so that's what's in the budget. We'll actually have $300,000. No budget amendment is required. It's just simply that the vehicle and equipment reserve will have $150,000 higher balance than we had budgeted. You'll recall between draft 1 and draft 2 that the equipment costs increased quite a bit in the 5-year plan, notably around the ladder truck. So that reserve is not at the minimum target balance. It's balanced for 5 years, but it's very low when we get to the end of the 5 years. So it's not a rich reserve by any means. And so this is very welcome news. And with that small recap, I will open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dennison, for that report. Council, questions, concerns? Councilor Dowd.
It's good that we made more money on that. It's really exciting. But in the meantime, how much has the price of our next new fire truck gone up in that same time?
Through the chair, this is bringing up analysis that was done in December, but we did a net present value of the two options because, of course, the question was, well, should we keep it? The price has gone up so much. And the net present value of the scenario where we sell this truck, we don't need to buy another one for, I believe it was 6 years. The net present value was higher in that scenario than the scenario where we kept this truck. And so we have inflation increasing the price of things, but then we have interest rates earning us money on our reserve, which we use to buy the truck. So in the end, we use a net present value because it's the proper way to analyze these sorts of things, but I don't have the exact number. I wish I did, but it was I believe about $1 million more favorable to do it this way, because then it pushes out the next truck that we have to buy as well. So it's not just the next truck, it's all the trucks after, and it aligns them quite nicely to be staggered at that 15-year mark. So there was some dual benefit to that. Thank you for the question. I wish I had the graph with me. I could provide it after if needed.
So the next truck is going to be needed 6 years from now?
Through the chair, pumper truck. The ladder truck is in the budget for 2025, I want to say, or 2026. We only need one ladder truck. It's a big purchase. And then we have the remaining pumper trucks, and the schedule that we presented in December was 6 years from now, we would need a new pumper truck. Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Is that Councilor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. So we have the price that we paid for the truck and then it sold for 1.15. Were there costs affiliated with selling it, like commissions or fees to the brokerage site or some such thing?
Through the chair, we had about $350 in transportation. We were required to the chief went to the site to show the truck to the potential bidders and answer any questions. And then we paid a procurement specialist because we don't currently have an in-house specialist. They're very hard to recruit. And so we paid a procurement specialist. I'll have to get the exact amount, but it would be likely under $1,000. And this person used her own software to ensure that the cutoff time was fair, the collection method was fair, prepared all the documents for us, looked into all the insurance requirements, coordinated with the bidders and such. So did a very great service to us. Our alternative was 10% commission through anything else. And so they were very pleased with that.
Thank you very much.
Other hands, we have.
Okay. Through the chair, before you move that, I would like to thank our finance team and our fire department for this very unusual process and the work they went into doing that. And I'd also like to publicly thank the City of Vancouver who stored the vehicle securely for us and helped facilitate access to it when needed. So thank you.
I want to thank all of our staff. Their fine work.
Thank you.
So we have a recommendation on the floor. Who would like to make that? Mayor Wasnell?
Yes, I move that we receive the information, the staff report titled Sale of Fire Rescue Pumper Truck dated March the 19th, 2024.
Moved by Mayor Wasnow, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we got to community engagement reports, and remember my last comment. Let's try to keep these to no more than 4 or 5 key items that you've done over the last couple of weeks, so we can get through this in a reasonable amount of time, starting with Councillor Levita.
Thank you, Chair. My calendar was actually relatively event-free for the last couple of weeks. Just a few community things that I went to with the family, but that was about it. So nice and short for you.
I apparently was busy, so attended a couple of the International Film Festival shows, sold a lot of raffle tickets, as I was mentioned last time. Great run, and something I look forward to every year. I attended a focus group that the Youth Community Action Team held. They are developing resources called a Safer Party Project, with the idea of offering workshops to help youth have the information that they need to party more safely, whether no matter what substances they might be using. Acknowledging that some youth will use substances like alcohol or vape, etc., and so wanting them to do it more safely. I attended the Joint Accessibility and Inclusion Committee meeting down at the Regional District, which is a committee hosted by the RD and the city, and the library, always really informative, and appreciate everyone who is a member on that. I did really quickly dropped in. There's the upcoming Foundry had a drop in at Youth and Family Services, and I wanted to highlight that they have a survey out for youth aged 20 to 24, and maybe I'll let Councillor Southcott, do you want to speak to that survey when it comes to you? Lyft held a dance party to celebrate their 40th birthday with proceeds going to the food bank, and there was a 50-50 raffle at this, and the winner of the 50-50 donated their winnings to the food bank as well. So fun night of 80s music, and cake and food. Actually, I wanted to highlight they were a really great example of a safe event in the sense that there was alcohol for sale, but non-alcoholic drinks were free. They had snacks. And there were safe rides offered afterwards. There was definitely a focus on safety. I was at Magpies bright and early on Friday morning, listening to CBC broadcasting from there. I had to leave early because I went to the island for the weekend on the first ferry. While on the island, I met up for lunch with a couple of councillors from the Comox Valley, and that was always really nice to connect with others, find out what they're doing and what projects they're working on and what might be relevant to our community. That's it.
Councillor Goat.
Oh, it was a quiet week or two. I went and stopped by at the Festival of the Performing Arts Gala presentation at the end and looked at all the local talent, an amazing number of really young and really accomplished piano players, dancers, singers, and the Cathette Symphony Orchestra were all there. And it was a good night to see. And I'd attended a pre-festival adjudication of a number of choirs and stuff before, and that was really interesting to go and hear all the people perform, and then get the musical experts get up and criticize or make positive suggestions about how their performances could be improved. But it was interesting to hear all that. I stopped by the hospice's silent auction for the birdhouses on the weekend, and there were lots of people there. It was a big crowd. I put in what I thought was a nice offer on a birdhouse, and I didn't win. And turns out I should have gone back later to up my bid, I guess. But disappointed I didn't get a birdhouse. And on Tuesday last week, I went to the Townsite Ratepayers Association meeting in Townsite, and they're really looking forward in that group to participating in the upcoming consultations on our new official community plan. So it was a nice couple of days.
Councillor Doubt, Councillor Southcott.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. First, I'll just mention about the Foundry. This is an organization or a program that is provincially funded, basically. And it provides not only space, but services and connections for that gap age group from kids graduating from high school until landing or finding their way in the world. And there's lots of young people manage to do that, but lots have real trouble in that period of time. So late teens to mid 20s. But I think actually the age served goes lower than mid teens too. So really good resource that has been proven in various other communities, and that program is coming here. So it'll be an expansion to the work that Powell River Children and Families, I believe.
Youth and Family Services. Yeah.
Pardon?
Youth and Family Services.
Youth and Family Services, right, has provided in the past, and I think it's really a great thing. They are looking for input, and there are little pieces of paper over on that desk over there by the speaker that you could pick up if you want to make comment on this program, because they're looking for ways of optimizing the program for here. One of the great things about it is that they style the way it works for the community that it's in. So they're really open to input. Yeah, so that was very interesting to attend that open house. I also went to CD Saturday. It's another great event in the spring. Lots of people out, and it really marks the beginning of spring for me. And the housing roundtable that's been inactive for a couple of years now is firing up again, and I saw some faces who've been there for years and years in the past. There is major interest locally in housing, obviously, huge priority in our community. And this is a really broad spectrum group that has done, I think, really great work in the past, that I think some of which we've seen come to fruition. I'm not going to go into details, but things are happening in this community and much more is needed. So this is a real brain trust, and it's good to see them getting back together again, and a few other things that others have mentioned. Always keep busy. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Southcott. Councillor Elliott.
Well, thank you, Chair. So I did attend the Festival of Performing Arts Gala presentation and was really happy to hear that there were so many of our fine performers heading to Fort St. John later this year for the provincial level competitions. I was hoping to follow up with them later to see how they did and perhaps have them recognized here in council, because that's pretty wonderful representation from our community. I attended the Western Forest Products Stillwater Community Advisory Group and had some basic statistics to share because they have all their year-end stuff in. They did lose money this year and did not have a profit. They said that was partly to markets and partly due to having permitting taking so long with the province. They're getting permits tied up for unusually long times and not being able to get them in a timely fashion. And so that's impacting their ability to meet their cut. They are finished this year their annual allowable cut 10-year cutoff, and they managed to do 98% of what was allowed in the 10 years. So they're allowed 4.527 million cubic meters in that 10-year period, and they only reached 4.436 million cubic meters. So that was, they attributed to strikes, not being able to get back up going fast enough, and permitting delays. And so that's where they thought that all came in. They wish to report out that they put 35.8 million in salaries into the local economy here in our region. They built 30 kilometers of roads this last year, 196 cubic meter log sales for local mills, for small mills, not part of their main group. They had 3,132 cubic meters of firewood permits that went out to members in the community. And those were the contributions that they reported out at the meeting. And the Magpie CBC radio broadcast, I also had breakfast at that time as well and got to watch that production. So I don't think I've ever seen a live radio broadcast before, and I found it very interesting. And I noticed the mayor was there, but I had to leave before his time was on live. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Mayor Wasnell?
Thank you. I attended the Powell River Kings last Friday and Saturday. Friday was exceptionally great. I had an opportunity to meet a lot of fellow hockey fans during the first, second, and after the game. And unfortunately, I guess most of us know that the Saturday game didn't go as well as the Friday game, but it's really great to see the support. I did have 2 meetings with Western Forest Products. I'm going to have a follow-up meeting with the Minister of Forestry, and I want him to understand the significance of companies like Western Forest Product to the economy of Powell River. And Darwin Koch, their forester, took me out the second day to get a tour of their various log sorts and sorting areas, as well as a brief look at some of their TFL properties. So really well prepared to follow up with the minister. Yes, I did do a CBC interview on Friday. I met with citizens who are opposed to a federal initiative to limit access to natural health products. And for anybody who has an interest, the MP Calkins will be at the Town Center Hotel, 7 p.m. on March the 25th, and he will be discussing his bill, which is aimed to protect access to natural health products in Canada. Finally, I had a short meeting with a resident who asked a good question. Why are we having a closed meeting in between an open meeting? So at the end of this period, I would ask that our CAO could address that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. I will just add that just one item, and that is just a quick reference to the Koi Cup that's happening a week from today in town, and make sure we get out and support that event. And I've been talking to the organizers to help them raise funds to help pay for that. So it's not something that's an easy task. It's a lot of dollars associated with putting that on. And we're reaching out to various entities in that regard. And I just want to mention on March the 28th, that evening at the Koi Cup event, there are two individuals that are going to be recognized for their long service to the Regals by the name of Mr. Cliff Milne, who has recently passed away, as instrumental in the Regals formation and history, and also another person that served for the Regals for many years by the name of Denny Dyer. And anybody associated with hockey are very familiar with those two individuals. So it would be nice if we get a great turnout that evening to pay homage to those individuals that contributed to this community. Having said that, we are going to go and read our in-camera motion because we have no new business. But before we go in camera, I'm going to get someone to explain why we're doing this. And before we go in camera, we're going to ask for questions from the press, the audience, and anybody else that may want to be online. So staff, could you explain the process that we are undertaking to wrap this up?
Okay, through the chair to the committee, sometimes when we have matters in terms of flow and sequence of agenda items, we have chosen to allow council the opportunity to discuss matters in camera. And based on our guidance, this was the flow that was chosen. So I know it's unusual, and it meant that we didn't call you in for an early meeting at, say, 2 o'clock. So this is the way we have chosen to help council with its deliberations while respecting the charter. I don't know if our corporate officer would like to add anything else.
Through the chair, in addition to that, we've recently received professional advice that correct practice is to go back into an open meeting after being in a closed meeting. So that does allow if council has any rising reporting to do. Otherwise, you just adjourn the open meeting after reconvening it. In today's case, we do have a staff report after the closed meeting.
Thank you very much for that. So just to clarify for everyone, yes, Councillor, go right ahead.
Yeah.
Councillor Elliott.
Just want to thank the chair for clarifying that he's going to have questions before we go into the closed meeting. Is that, going into the closed meeting and then coming back to an open meeting is a new thing for this council. And sometimes closed meetings we have last for 10 minutes. Sometimes they last for 4.5 hours. So I appreciate the chair is pointing out that people will be able to ask questions before we go into the closed meeting, because nobody wants to say council's going to have a closed meeting and hang around for as long as it takes to answer your question, because I'm sure there are people who have questions tonight.
Councillor Elliott?
Just a procedural point. We didn't change the agenda order to reflect the questions being before, and so we could do that through a unanimous consent to move item 11 to before, like, to 7.2 or something, or I don't know, before the motion to go in close.
We don't have to formally do that. We're just going to ask for questions before we read the motion to go in camera. Is that fine with everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we are going to now, before we read the in-camera motion. Yes, Councillor Amita.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Just to, because I'm sure there's members of the public that might be watching online, or those that might want to watch the reopening of the meeting afterwards. Are we going to have the re-adjournment or reopening of our meeting then continue to be live streamed, or will residents have to catch the recording later?
Through the chair, yes. The recording, there will be a notice up for folks watching that council's currently enclosed, and it will start back up again once you reconvene.
For that clarification. So where are we now? Okay, we're going to call for questions. Councillor Isaacson, did you have a further comment?
Yeah, just one question. If people have questions that were, say, related to the last item, that's on the agenda after we reconvene. Will we have a second minor question period at the end in
Sure,
case?
we could do that.
Okay,
Not a
thanks.
problem. Like to accommodate everyone. So, calling for questions. I'm going to refer to Mr. Galinsky first. Do you have any questions, sir? Thank you, Mr. Galinsky. And anybody at present online? Oh, members of the public, please come forward, state your name and address, and give us your question.
I'm Kathy Koralik. I live on Manson Avenue, and I really don't have any questions at this time. I do want to say that I am a member of the Performing Arts Committee, and it was 80 years they celebrated this year. And 21 of the past 21 years, Rotary has taken charge and organized it, and I'm a member of Rotary as well. There was 270 local participants in the festival. And I personally was absolutely amazed at the skill and the talent they all displayed. And they were mostly kids, and they were pretty well behaved too, so that was great. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your great support for our community in that regard. Mr. Vizzuti, you have a question?
Afternoon again. Ted Vizzuti down on Hammond Street. In regards to the sale of the fire truck, I know in the past, equipment was purchased usually when you buy a new vehicle. You get better funding for all the equipment. Did this happen in this purchase as well? Do we know? We didn't get any new equipment? Okay, then that answers the rest of my questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vizzuti.
John Brownsell, I live over on Harvey. I have a question. As I came in tonight, I see a picture on the wall, includes a gentleman, we'll use that term loosely, who has been very racist towards this town, this council, and white people in general. And I was wondering if council would recommend to staff to remove pictures of this gentleman from municipal properties.
Who would like to tackle that question? Mayor Wasnow.
I'll tackle that. It's obviously not a simple answer. First of all, none of us on council were present to hear what is proposed that the individual said, and we don't know what the context was. So our CAO can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think our legal advice is that unless you have certainty as to what was said and the intent, it would be a mistake to take this issue further. So that's the position I'm in, and I'll refer to our CAO to see if she has anything additional to add.
Well, if you've been following the story out of the New West Times, he, quote, apologized, but he did not apologize for the subhuman comment or non-human. He actually doubled down on it. And he apologized to Slammond for any embarrassment he caused him. But he also doubled down and said, here's a list of people that I'm not apologizing to. And it's all on tape. If you want to check with the newspaper down there, they recorded it.
Again, I'm going to refer to our CAO as to a process, and
through the mayor to the committee, when it comes to individuals who are not members of council or staff, we are in a limited position to take action. If council wishes to discuss an individual, they can do so in a closed meeting because of the sensitivity and the human rights piece around this. And I'll leave it like that. The specifics that this gentleman's referring to is a little bit nuanced from our previous legal advice, so I can go back and seek that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Mayor and Council, Don Edwards, 3600 Mackenzie Avenue. I don't know whether you people realize that this is not what I like to do. Stand up in front of you and complain about different stuff, but what I've witnessed in the last few weeks is, to me, has been horrendous. My question is to Councillor Selcott. When you were asked on March the 5th about the comment from one of the Clahaman members that called us some subhuman, and you excused him, saying that it was only a word and he didn't mean it. But on the other hand, Councillor Palm, out of complete frustration, said a word that maybe he shouldn't have. And he was crucified for that. Absolutely crucified by this whole council. And worse than that.
Point of order. It's attacking the council on something that's not inaccurate.
Excuse me.
Mr. Edwards, you may continue.
When those two kids were allowed to come here on the 13th of February and personally attack you, as they did for 20 minutes, and not only that, they were allowed extra time to attack you, was absolutely disgusting. Should have never happened. And you know what? What I hear from this council is conduct reminder. We in the gallery have to be reminded of conduct. Do you know what happened in that meeting of February the 13th? The conduct in this council was broken. Your own rules were broken here. One thing that you forgot, or there's a couple of things that you forgot to put on your conduct. And one was personal attack. The other is, do any of you know the definition of hate? Because I do, I looked it up. And what happened in that February 13th meeting was nothing but hate from a couple of young students. The definition is a strong feeling or dislike or ill will against a person. And the attack that those two young people did to Councillor Palm should have never happened. And I can tell you right now, that did not all come out of their mouth. They were groomed, for sure, by somebody. I think the only thing left here is that every one of these councillors verbally apologized to Councillor Palm for what was allowed to happen in this meeting. Now, I don't hear any. Your silence is deafening.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Any further questions? Hearing none, would someone like to read the motion to go on camera? Councillor Isaacson.
I move that Committee of the Whole move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the Community Charter under Sections 90, Part 1, G, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality, and I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Moved by Councillor Isaacson, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All in favor? Unanimous. We will adjourn for 10 minutes, and then we will go in camera when the chamber is cleared. Thank you, everyone. Proud to do. Okay, are we ready to reconvene our open meeting? Cameras are rolling. Thank you very much. We will reconvene the open meeting and we will move to item 10 on today's agenda, unfinished business. 10.1, Kathat Museum and Archive Society, asbestos abatement reimbursement request.
Thank you.
Properties.
Thank you very much, committee. The museum's board of directors have been engaged in conversations with the city since the end of 2022 in relation to the museum's shelving project and the presence of asbestos-containing materials. The museum asked the museum board asked the city to pay for the asbestos abatement required for the installation of their shelving system, and staff have explained that in accordance with the lease agreement between the city and the museum, asbestos abatement is the responsibility of the tenant for discretionary projects, and that if the museum board wished to pursue the request further, they could bring the matter to council. At council's regular meeting held 15th of February 2024, representatives from the museum's board appeared as delegation to the council, and in response to council's motion that staff be directed to prepare a report explaining the options and potential implications to support the Museum Society, this report is being brought forward. Many of the city's buildings, around 55 city-owned property buildings, were constructed pre-1990, which is a time during which asbestos was used extensively due to its low cost and resistance to fire and insulating properties. Left undisturbed, asbestos poses minimal risk. The museum currently leases 3 buildings from the city. One is the Forestry Museum, there's the museum itself, and the Centennial Building where the museum archives are being stored, and is the building that is the subject of the shelving request. The museum elected to proceed with the project at a cost of around $150,000 to install a shelving unit that is not part of the city's building maintenance repair obligation under the lease. This is a discretionary project and would fall under Section 5.2 of the lease, which clearly states that with the prior written consent of the city, the museum could choose to undertake improvements, constructions, or renovations of the lease area at the museum's sole expense. And in giving its consent, the city may impose any conditions. One of the city's conditions is that asbestos abatement is carried out by a certified licensed professional in accordance with WorkSafe BC's regulations. There are many financial implications that should be taken into consideration. The museum has specifically requested $6,342 to reimburse the costs of asbestos abatement work. This is in accordance with the quote provided by Assured Asbestos, and this is not included in the City of Pearl River's financial plan. This is not something that we have budgeted for and would therefore require a budget amendment. Should the members of the committee decide to reimburse the museum for the asbestos abatement work, this has the potential to set a precedent for all the city's leaseholders to make the same request of council. Given that all city property predates 1990, there is a significant impact that this may have on the 55 leased properties. Failure to follow regulations can also result in high fines, and therefore it is important that all asbestos abatement is carried out in accordance with Work BC's regulations. Applying the same analysis to the 55 properties, if each of the 55 properties were to request $6,342, the result would be approximately $350,000 to the city, or a 1.5% property tax increase. This would be a very conservative estimate, particularly because the asbestos abatement company noted that this was basically done at cost, which we would not expect in every instance. The city has obligations to pay for its own asbestos abatement in relation to the maintenance of its properties. The city has set aside $30,000 for asbestos abatement for special projects in the city buildings and infrastructure reserve. Again, this request is in relation to discretionary projects. The city also currently provides significant funding to the Cathette Museum. The city has a financial contribution through the agreement with the Cathette Regional District, where the city provides $137,000 directly and $142,454 indirectly through the QRD, for a total of $279,466 to the museum annually. This is a cost of $39 for an average single family dwelling. If the service was treated as a regional service and fully funded by the Cathette Regional District, then the estimated cost for the average single family dwelling would be $22 or $7, 24% less. The city and the museum currently have a contribution agreement, which allows for in-kind contributions of $54,898 for in-kind lease contributions, as well as $30,000 for utility expenses. However, this has traditionally been even higher in recent years. The lease agreement also outlines that the tenant is responsible for their own property taxes. However, the city has granted a permissive tax exemption to the museum historically, leading up to and including 2024 property taxation year. This is estimated at $43,656 in 2023 and projected at $41,117 in 2024. Under the QRD's Heritage Conservation Service, the museum services annual funding from the QRD's tax base. That includes the municipality. We note that the museum funding accounts for 100% of this service. In the QRD's 2023 to 2027 financial plan, the museum receives $243,000 to cover its operational services, of which $142,454 is requisition from the City of Pearl River. There are a number of options that the committee may consider. The recommended option is that members of the committee direct staff to advise the Cathette Museum and Archive Society that their request for reimbursement of the costs associated with asbestos abatement relating to the museum shelving project is denied. The implication of this is that the museum would be required to include asbestos abatement for this discretionary project in their annual budget or seek funding from a different source. The alternative option is that members of the committee could direct staff to reimburse the city, the Museum Society for costs that are associated with the asbestos abatement for the Centennial Building in the amount of $6,342. The implication of this is that it may set a precedent for all city tenants, which would create onerous financial burden for the city, which the city has not budgeted for in the 5-year financial plan. Alternatively, the committee may provide staff with alternative direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Do you have any questions to follow that up, Council? Councillor Isaacson?
Yeah, a question about like leasehold improvements and what's considered like a capital improvement that the city retains, or like what the city, yeah, what considered a capital improvement, a leasehold improvement that the city becomes city property.
In accordance with section 5.2 of the lease, the lease agreement states that the association acknowledges that unless otherwise agreed by the city in writing, all leasehold improvements become the property of the city upon affixation to the lease area, without any obligation by the city to pay for the leasehold improvement. This shelving unit would be affixed to the leasehold area, which is part of the asbestos requirement because there's drilling into the floor to fix the frame to the floor. It is noted that the museum did request, although this hasn't been granted, a letter from the city asking for the improvement to be allowed to be taken with them.
Yeah, I did notice there was that unless otherwise agreed upon city or upon by city in writing. What are the criterias for the city to consider granting an exemption to that clause?
It would be discretionary, and so therefore most likely brought to council for direction.
And just a follow-up question, maybe this is a financial question about what is considered a capital improvement versus operational, just for my clarity.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, a capital improvement is defined as a betterment that extends the useful life of an asset. So, or a completely new asset. And so in this case, it would be a completely new asset, and the public sector accounting standards, which would apply in this case, it's not black and white. Some discretion is used. So generally, the nonprofit would have its own capitalization policy and might have a threshold depending on what type of asset it is. Given that it's $200,000 and it is non-existent and then would be existent and has a life over 1 year, in this scenario, it would be a little bit more cut and dry that it would be capital.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Not seeing any other hands in the, oh, Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the funding, because when I read the report, it didn't seem to add up to me with all of the things that are going on with the regional district too. So I got some information I want to share with people from the regional district, and that is to let them know how the regional district provides funding for the Cassette Museum. And the answer I got from the regional district staff was in December 2018, the Cassette Regional District adopted a service establishment bylaw for the Heritage Conservation Service with the regional district and entered into a service contribution agreement with the Cassette Historical Museum and Archives Society. The agreement sets out that the QRD will pay an annual contribution to the association in order to assist that museum association with the payment of certain costs. Effective 2019, contributions to the museum were no longer funded through grants in aid, which they had previously done, but were instead funded from the Cassette Historical Museum Archives Service. And there's been contributions since then. So this service includes the municipality of Powell River, Savory Island, Electoral Area A, Electoral Area B, and Electoral Area C. The only electoral areas that aren't included in that are Texada, which is Electoral Area D, and Lasqueti Island, Electoral Area E. There is no way that the city can force other electoral areas who don't want to sign on to a service to do that. But it's important to point out that it's not only city taxpayers to the regional district who pay into this service. It's the regional district, area A, B, C, and people on Savory Island who commit to it. And it's a significant amount of money because in 2019, it started out as $158,587, and in 2023, it was $243,000. All of that money was collected from the regional district taxpayers who live within the city. None of it was requisitioned from the city. And where the report says that $142,000 was contributed to the QRD service indirectly through the city, or to the QRD by the city, is I think that's the tax collection that the CRD does, or the QRD does, not a transfer of $142,000 from the city taxpayers who pay taxes to the city. So I think it's important to realize that there are other people contributing to the regional district service other than the city, and that's a significant amount of money. Just wanted to deal with that. So it's about, the stuff from the city in 2023 was $142,379, and from outside the city was about another $101,000 from those other taxpayers. But I'm looking at the report here, and I understand that there's some questions that need to be answered, but I would rather spend a little more time thinking about this and working with the Museum Society to see if we can work something out rather than just denying their request.
So just to clarify for the audience that may be tuning in, Councillor Dowd just outlined that in 2023, the RD was paying $243 towards the museum funding. The city was paying $142,000, but the city is also on the hook for $100,000 in-kind contribution. Is that correct?
You're adding statements on that I didn't make. I talked about the QRD contribution.
I got a report previously that we're contributing about $100,000 in kind. Is that correct?
Through the chair.
Yes, through the chair, the contribution agreement that the city has with the museum allows for the lease at $54,000 of in-kind grants and at least $30,000 in utilities, although historically this has been more, leading to a total of roughly $93,000 in 2023.
But then the permissive tax exemptions adds on. So $137,000 of in-kind, including permissive tax exemption, is directly funded by the city, and then $142,000 is the piece of the requisition through the RD that the city is responsible for, and the remaining funding coming from the other areas.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Elliott, you're next on the speaking list.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to get some of these sequences of events a little bit, seek clarification. So the work that was done that cost the $6,342 was done prior to coming to us on February 15th?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so they asked us to fund it and the city said no. And then they did the work and then came to council and asked to be forgiven and given the money, essentially. So it's the beg forgiveness after kind of a idea. And so my concern is that all of our leasehold buildings that have the requirement for asbestos abatement for any projects would have our tenants following a similar pattern whereby they could get their funds granted after the fact if it was related to asbestos. And that would be not the appropriate way. So if you have a project to do and it requires asbestos abatement, the idea would be to know that in advance, put it in your budget and have it as part of your budget for that project and seek funding for your project. I think part of what happened was they weren't aware of what they needed to do with the asbestos when they put together their original budget, and their original funding request, wherever they got that money from, didn't include that piece of the work. And so the process they should have done was to put the project on hold and reassess, and if they couldn't do it, return the money and redo the application for the project, including the entire budget and everything they needed to do. So I don't want to encourage processes to be out of order and expect the city to fund things that are after the fact requests, because that's not a good process for us as far as needing things in the budget and having to have control over decision making before the expenditures go out and before things get happening in our buildings. So I'm a bit worried about that.
You're not seeing any hands. Any other further questions? Is there someone that would like to make the recommendation from staff? Mayor Wasnell? Moved by Mayor Wasnow, seconded by Councillor Almeida. Discussion? Councillor Isaacson?
Yeah, thank you. I realize this is a political decision. That's why it's in front of council. There's financial risks related to setting precedents with other leaseholders with a city. There's also relationship risk. The museum is well regarded and well loved in our community, and I think my own sentiment, and I suspect a lot of the sentiment of the public is like, sort it out and just like find a way forward, which is why I agree with something that Councillor Dowd alluded to, wanting to not make a decision on this yet. Perhaps through the annual cycle that the cities and the regional district and the museum go through with respect to planning, maybe there's more information, more clarity that could come our way. And so I'm open to deferring this decision to a future council meeting, but I don't know how much time might be needed in order to feel like the museum has had an opportunity to explore all of its options. So I'm not making the motion to defer yet, but it's on my mind, and I'm curious to hear what other councillors and mayor have to say.
Councillor Isaacson, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I would be open to modifying the motion on the table to say at this time, leaving room for staff and regional district and the museum board to work out a solution that is less risky for the city. I think the museum's a great thing. I want our museum functioning. I don't want to be giving the idea to nonprofits that are leasing our buildings, which we pay for through in-kind donations. The idea that it's okay to come to council and ask for money after the fact, because that's not a process that's gonna fly. I do understand that we're still working through staff on a number of requirements for reporting and so forth, and so we don't have all of the information we need to help figure out the solution. So I don't know if that helps. I could propose the motion to say at this time on the end of the motion at hand, but I don't know if that helps. I don't know if we can defer unless we know when we're deferring it to, so I don't think we can do that either.
We have a motion on the floor, and it is at this time that we're proposing the motion.
Second, it was just a thought.
It has been seconded. So, Councillor Almeida, go right ahead.
Thank you. I don't think Councillor Elliott officially made an motion for me to be able to second, but I think that in reference to Councillor Elliott's point, should there come a time down the road, if this motion passes and there comes a time down the road where council feels it makes sense to revisit that conversation, then we can bring that conversation up without having to make the amendment to the motion right now. I think we're safe to vote on it now, and down the road, if we need to discuss it again, then we can discuss it again and make a different decision at that point, or repeal the previous decision.
I'll just add before we vote on the motion that I think this is a step forward in terms of the situation we find ourselves in here, and that staff have some other steps in the process that they may engage parties involved once this motion is passed or defeated. So, having said that, I'm going to call the question. Motion on the floor. Yes.
Could I just ask for clarity around the point that Councillor Almeida raised as far as process goes? If down the road we did want to revisit the decision, would we have to take this motion back, or what would the process look like?
Through the chair, if you brought it back, you would have to consider it because it would be a budget consideration. I'm not sure I've answered your question.
Not exactly.
No. Okay.
I'm talking about, we've made a motion to not fund it. If we want to reconsider that in the future, it would have to go through a particular process.
Right, because they had said no to the motion. So can you assist with that? Thank you.
Through the chair, there are a number of options. The mayor can bring this motion back for reconsideration. Two other councillors can request that the motion be brought back for reconsideration, or the motion can be moved to be rescinded by somebody who voted for it in the affirmative. So there are a few options, just depending on the will of council or your wish at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Isaacson, last word.
Yeah, just a question for staff. If, given the annual budgeting and reporting cycle of the various bodies involved, is there a time where we think we might have a full picture of information and options?
Through the chair, given what we understand, we don't have clarity. I'm looking to my right. We can check in again with the QRD, but we don't have any clarity on that. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Your vote recorded?
That's the way we do business here, yeah.
I'm not sure. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
They always
That's the way
do.
it's supposed to be.
Anyway. Okay, so
For those listening at home, do you want to read the results of that? Did the motion pass or not?
the vote was 5-2. Passes. Now, before we adjourn, members of the public that may be viewing, is there anybody with any questions out there? No questions. We have to wait any longer?
We have to adjourn the meeting.
Should we give them a little time now that they know what the decision was?
Oh, because it's a 30-second lag for people watching online, so.
Yeah, we better give them a couple minutes here.
You could ask the people present.
Outside the door?
Announcement.
Go right ahead. Well, Scott?
Officially spring as of 2 hours ago.
Hey, spring is sprung.
Spring is
The grass is riz. You know, there's a whole poem, and I don't know how it ends, and if it ends in a vulgar manner, so I stopped there.
I only know the first 3 lines.
Any questions? All for adjournment? Moved by Mayor Wasnow, seconded by Councillor Southcott. All in favor? We are adjourned at 8:09 p.m. Thank you, everyone.